Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradari. Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradari. Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Kunja Bihari. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyan Ganashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presta Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presta Bhutale Srimate Mukunda Swaminiti Namane. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's nice, thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So today we're reading from Bhagavad-gita, chapter 1, text 31. Oh, okay. Na cha shreyo nupashyami hatvasva janam ahave na kankshi vijayam Krishna na cha rajam sukhani cha na cha shreyo nupashyami Hatva swa janam ahave. Nakankshe vijayam Krishna. Nacha rajam sukhani cha. Do you? Nacha shreyo nupashyami. Hatva svajanam ahave. Nakankshe vijayam Krishna. Nacha rajam sukhani cha. Yeah. Nacha shreyo nupashyami. Hatva svajanam ahave. Nakankshe vijayam Krishna. Nacha rajam sukhani cha. Na, nor, cha, also. Shreyaha, good. Anupashyami, do I foresee. Hatva, by killing. Svajanam, own kinsman. Ahave, in the fight. Na, nor. Kankshe, do I desire. Vijayam, victory. Krishna, O Krishna. Na, nor. Cha, also. Rajyam, kingdom. Sukhani, happiness thereof. Cha, also. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsman in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom, or happiness. Purport. Without knowing that one's self-interest is in Vishnu or Krishna, conditioned souls are attracted by bodily relationships, hoping to be happy in such situations. In such a blind conception of life, they forget even the causes of material happiness. Arjuna appears to have even forgotten the moral codes for a Kshatriya. It is said that two kinds of men, namely the Kshatriya who dies directly in front of the battlefield under Krishna's personal orders, and the person in the renounced order of life who is absolutely devoted to spiritual culture, are eligible to enter into the sun globe, which is so powerful and dazzling. Arjuna is reluctant even to kill his enemies, let alone his relatives. He thinks that by killing his kinsman there would be no happiness in his life, and therefore he is not willing to fight, just as a person who does not feel hunger is not inclined to cook. He has now decided to go into the forest and live a secluded life in frustration. But as a Kshatriya, he requires a kingdom for his subsistence, because the Kshatriyas cannot engage themselves in any other occupation. But Arjuna has no kingdom. Arjuna's sole opportunity for gaining a kingdom lies in fighting with his cousins and brothers and reclaiming the kingdom inherited from his father, which he does not like to do. Therefore, he considers himself fit to go to the forest to live a secluded life of frustration. So here in this verse, Arjuna is talking about Shreya. There's two things. There's Shreya, and the opposite of Shreya is prayer. So Shreya means the ultimate good. And prayer means what is immediately palatable. Just like you have a child who's playing in the playground, and he wants to stay and play, but that is prayer. That's his immediate enjoyment. And the father is wanting him to come in and do some study for future benefit, and that's the Shreya. So Arjuna is actually trained to think of Shreya, and he's thinking at this point, he's just seen his relatives all ready to fight, and he's thinking, what's the point? They're all going to be killed, and who will be with me to enjoy the kingdom, with us, Pandavas, to enjoy the kingdom? It'll be horrible. So he's thinking about that, and Prabhupada explains that is the Shreya, the idea of thinking about the bigger picture. But here he's also representing the conditioned soul, because he's thinking about his relatives and identifying with that. Just like we are attracted by our bodily relationships throughout our whole life. We have our parents first of all, and then we have our siblings and our spouse, and then our children, and then our grandchildren. And all these relationships are what takes up our whole life. It's our whole meditation and in this world. So here Arjuna is representing that mentality and that attachment, and how painful it is, because he's had a whole life of, relationships with these people who are also antagonistic against him, so that's a double pain. So this society, friendship and love is what keeps us here. It's the rasa that keeps us going in this material world. And Prabhupada explains it in Srimad Bhagavatam 558. Ato griha kshetra sutapta viter. So this verse here, griha kshetra, it explains the whole situation. So the griha is like the home, kshetra is the land, and sutta are the children, and vita is the wealth. These things all make up our existence in this material world. And it's in the grihasta ashram. So a brahmachari or a sannyasi, they have a griha, they have the home, but they don't have all the other things. So the ashram is not the grihasta ashram for them. That's the brahmachari. They just have a griha, like a home. But the grihasta has all the other things, like the property and the wealth, the children. It's like a whole big package, and it's a big responsibility. So Arjuna, he's the grihasta. He's a grihasta man, and his mentality is that, it's the whole. He's attached to the whole thing, and he's got this duty to perform, but he's thinking, but he just can't understand how it's going to work when everyone as part of that, because extended family is all part of that grihasta life. How is it going to work when everyone's been, killed? So Prabhupada in a class about this verse, he also talks about how this griha kshetra sutta vitir, he pops in there about the cow, and the cow is very much part of the grihasta ashram, because she provides the milk, and if the children don't have milk, then they don't develop properly. So the cow is an integral part of that whole life as well. And he was explaining in this particular class that the killing of the cow is so sinful that he then explains that there are 7 mothers. So Prabhupada's trying to appeal to his audience, and he's explaining the 7 mothers, because the mother is the person that is very dear to us, our own birth mother. And then he talks about the 7 mothers. There's the mother, the queen, the Mother Earth, the nurse, the wife of the teacher, and the wife of the guru, and then the cow. She's there too. She's considered as part of all of those, mothers in our life, that she should be respected. So this is an important aspect of the whole picture. But here, Arjuna is wanting to renounce it. He's wanting to leave it now and go to the forest he's thinking that if he goes to the forest, here as explained, that this is better, because then this whole, situation, this griha, kshetra, sutta-vita won't be destroyed, even though, in actual fact, he doesn't have land because it's been stolen by the Kauravas. So he's a little confused, and he's playing a role, because he's playing the role of the conditioned soul. So we're often in this situation confused about, what's the right thing to do, and he's actually giving a very intelligent argument. And but Prabhupada explains it's called smasana vairagyam. So smasana vairagyam, this type of renunciation, is called the burning gut renunciation. So in India, when someone dies, the bodies are taken down to the river and they're burned. And at that time, everyone around has this sense of renunciation. They feel, I've just been working all my life for this body, and they see the body being burned, and they get this feeling of renunciation, and they feel at that time, what is the point of all this hard work, for the body? They feel some detachment from that identity. And then, but then Prabhupada explains that then they go home and again pick up the money. I need to somehow earn money for my family, and that's the temporary sentiment. So he's explaining that Arjuna has this temporary sentiment at this point here, at this point in the Bhagavad-gita. And it's explained, Bhaktaram Yagnatapasham Savaloka Maheshwaram. This is in chapter 5. Krishna is explaining that he is actually the proprietor of all of these things. He actually owns all these things. And if we have these things, it's very good. But if we don't have these things, it's also very good. It's also actually very good. So the real Shreya is actually to satisfy Krishna. And this is where Krishna is coming to. So the real bigger picture is to somehow satisfy the Lord. So I was feeling that, thinking about this point and remembering Akrura. So Krishna, in the Krishna book, Akrura was asked by Kamsa to go and get Krishna from Vrindavan and bring him back to Mathura. And Krishna, he kills Kamsa. So Akrura actually, when he enters into Vrindavan, he enters in the evening, and it's a very atmospheric time, and he's composing very beautiful prayers as he sees Krishna coming home from the fields with the cows, and he understands that Krishna, he has to take Krishna away from Vrindavan, but it's for a purpose. So he takes Krishna to Mathura, and Krishna kills Kamsa. Then after he kills Kamsa, he goes to the Gurukul, where he spends 2 months only, not 12 years. not learning maths every day. He just does for 12 years. He learns these beautiful arts for 2 months with Balaram. Then he retrieves the son of his teacher as a dakshin. And then after that, he goes to visit Kubja, who he met on the way into Mathura when Akrura was his uncle. And when he went into Mathura at that time, before he killed Kamsa, he met Kubja and promised to come back to see her. And then, so after he's gone to the Gurukul and retrieved the son of his teacher, he goes to see Kubja. And then after that, straight after he's seen her, he goes to his uncle's, on the same day, he goes to his uncle's home, Akrura. And at that time, Akrura again composes these beautiful prayers to Krishna. And Krishna is still very young. He's only just, like when he went to kill Kamsa, he was only just, he's still a young boy actually. And this is only a few months later that he hasn't built Dwarka yet, he hasn't married any queens. So he's there with Akrura, and Akrura's massaging his feet and again composing these beautiful prayers. And at that time, Krishna is so pleased, and he says to Akrura, I want you to could you do me a favor? And Akrura, of course, is happy to do anything for Krishna. And he says, yes, what would you like me to do, Krishna? And Krishna says, I want you to go to Hastinapur and see what's going on there. So he's explaining to Akrura that my cousins, the Pandavas, I want to know exactly what Dhritarashtra's mind is, what he's thinking. And so Akrura, of course, he's an expert diplomat. He was working for Kamsa. And he's happy to do that. So he goes to Hastinapur to find out exactly what's happening with the Pandavas and Dhritarashtra. And of course, they are also young boys at that time because Arjuna is the same age as Krishna. But the injustices had already started. And I'm not sure if they had already been, I'm not sure if they'd already been sent off to the house of Lak, where there'd been an assassination attempt had happened. At least Bhima had been, he had been attempted to be killed by Duryodhana because they were young then. But so there was these injustices happening, and so Akrura could see. So he went to Dhritarashtra and he started to talk to Dhritarashtra, and he was saying, Dhritarashtra, you have to give up this partiality against the Pandavas. And at this point, Dhritarashtra, it's interesting to read it, he starts to speak philosophy that we all know. He says that, Krishna is Krishna is a super soul, and he resides within the hearts of all the living entities, and he's directing the wanderings of all the living entities. So, what can I do? I'm helpless. This is his response. And so Akrura knew then, and it says, Prabhupada's explaining, he says, Akrura knew then that Dhritarashtra was not going to change his way, his attitude towards the Pandavas, and he could understand what was going to happen. Now, the Pandavas are still very young, so Akrura goes back to Krishna and explains the situation. And so Dhritarashtra at that time, he was speaking like a learned man, and Arjuna here in this verse is also, a little bit later on in the next chapter, Krishna says, you're speaking like a learned man, but, you're grieving for what is not worthy of grief. So this verse here, Krishna is presenting this intelligent reason, just like Dhritarashtra was, but there is a difference between Dhritarashtra and Arjuna, obviously, because in this verse here that we're reading today, it says, Nakankshe vijayam Krishna. Nakankshe means I do not desire vijayam, victory. I don't desire victory, Krishna, and Prabhupada translates it, my dear Krishna. So there's this feeling of attachment, there's affection to Krishna that Arjuna has. And we can feel it in this verse here. We can hear it in this verse here. This is the relationship that Arjuna had with Krishna, which was different to Dhritarashtra, because Dhritarashtra did not have this developed affection for Krishna. So this is the difference, and this leads on to the fortune of Arjuna and the misfortune of Dhritarashtra. So here, Arjuna, in this verse, he's renounced, but he hasn't the vision. He doesn't have the vision of the proper Shreya. And now, in chapter 4, Krishna just starts to talk about the Rajarishi. What is a Rajarishi? Vivashvan manave prapte manak manu ikshvaku bravit evam parampara praptam imam rajashayo vidu. So this Rajarishi, the Rajarishis are very dear to Krishna, these saintly kings. They're not just Rajas, kings, but they're rishis. They are saints, and they have this trained concept of Shreya, where they don't, fall victim to the prayer, the immediate palatable taste. Their actions are always on the greater picture, the greater benefit, the future benefit, the long-term benefit. So Krishna trusts these types of Rajarishis. He trusts them because they are going to act for the benefit, these leaders act for the benefit of the people. They don't act for themselves out of their own sense gratification. Now, so Krishna, when he's here talking to Arjuna here, or he's listening now, but soon he's going to answer and respond, he's actually over 100 years old, even though he looks young. Like, it's explained that Krishna was 125. It was at near the end of his pastimes here at the battlefield of Kurukshetra, at the Battle of Kurukshetra. And so he was young when he sent Akrura to find out what was going on, and he didn't act then. But for that 100 years, we read like he did many things preparing for this, for establishing Yudhisthira on the throne. That's what he wanted. He wanted Yudhisthira on the throne. And so Yudhisthira is qualified and trained. And Yudhisthira wants everyone to be Krishna conscious. That was his intention as a leader, right? So he's aloof. He was a little bit aloof from the society, friendship, and love. He had that shreyas. Now, this love, and the reason why he had that was because he had this love for Krishna. Yudhisthira was devotee. He had affection for Krishna, and the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the first cantos of the Srimad Bhagavatam, there's some beautiful prayers of Yudhisthira and pastimes of Yudhisthira and his relationship and affection for Krishna. So we can understand this sense of aloof. It's a bit of an example of a child who's watching a horror movie. Now, the child is totally absorbed in the horror of the movie, and the mother comes into the room and sees that the child is absorbed, and so absorbed that the tension in the body is so intense that if the mother was to touch the child, get a huge fright. So what the mother does is she sets up another screen next to the horror movie, and she starts to play home videos of the child when he was 2 years old, and they're on a picnic, and these sweet little pastimes of the home, around the home, and the child that's watching the horror movie, out of the corner of his eye, sees the home videos next to that first screen. He sees the home videos, and so gradually he sort of is starting to watch those home videos, which are joyful, and he starts to become absorbed. Then he starts to relax, and his body relaxes. And then as he's sort of like changed his absorption, his mother goes to him and embraces the child. And then the child, is relaxed. And this is an example, it's an analogy of our lives, because our lives are a little bit like horror movies. And then we're absorbed in them. And then by hearing these pastimes of Krishna, hearing what's going on in the spiritual world, gradually we feel this detachment from our life, our birth and death existence, and disease and old age, and we start to warm to these pastimes and see how become attracted and ultimately absorbed in that. So understanding Krishna. Now in the Bhagavad-gita here, it's explaining that a little bit later. That Krishna explains that if you can understand me, it's Chaktapadeham Punajanma Nayati Mamiti So Arjuna, saying to Arjuna, if you remember, anyone who knows Krishna's reason for coming here and how he's transcendental to this material world, they can return back to Godhead. Anyone who understands the transcendental nature of Krishna are eligible to go back to Godhead. So this transcendental nature of Krishna is also, it's an aspect of him being aloof from this material world. And in chapter 9 of the Bhagavad-gita, there are 3 analogies of Krishna's aloofness to this material world. And the first one is the sky and the wind. So the sky exists and the wind is moving within the sky actively, but the sky is aloof from the wind. So this is the first example that's given in chapter 9 of how Krishna is aloof from this material world, even though he's present there. The second one that's given in that same chapter is the judge. So the judge is giving out punishment, and he's also giving out, he might give punishment to someone, or he gives wealth, rewards to someone else, and but he himself is neutral. The judge is neutral. So that is also another example of Krishna. He's neutral in this world. He's not partial in any way. And then the third example, the third analogy is given is the analogy of the flower and the person who smells the flower. So the smelling power is there, but the person that's smelling the flower and the flower are separate. So this is another analogy of how Krishna is aloof from this material, but he's separate from it. And another example, so when my understanding of this concept is that when you meditate on Krishna's, how he's present here, but he's aloof, like we don't sort of experience his presence so much, we don't really, I personally don't experience his personal presence, like he seems to be not here, then, but by meditating on the fact that he's aloof from this material world is meant to give me a sense of detachment from the world. It gives you a sense of detachment. So, and another example of this is Sanatana Goswami. And according to those analogies, when we think of the sky, but the sky is there, it's always there, and the wind is so active, like you can feel it now, it's so active. But Krishna, the sky is actually aloof from the wind. It's aloof. You can understand that Krishna's the same. He's explaining that he's the same as that. He's aloof from this material world. He wants us to understand that point. So Sanatana Goswami, there's a pastime where he had a touchstone, and there was a brahmana, and he went to see Sanatana Goswami because he was interested to see this touchstone. And the touchstone was actually in a discarded place in the rubbish heap. And so when he understood, or he asked Sanatana Goswami, I heard you have a touchstone that, you touch and it turns things into, gold. And Sanatana Goswami says, yes, I do actually have one, but it's over there in the rubbish. It's over there. So the brahmana was confused. He was a little bit wondering why did Sanatana Goswami place that in the rubbish heap. And he thought about it. It was obviously to prove, he obviously didn't value it so much, and he must have something else that is more valuable than the touchstone. So he naturally, the brahmana became detached, a little bit aloof from the touchstone. He wanted to know what else that Sanatana Goswami had, or at least why he just didn't place so much value with the touchstone. So that meant that he within his heart, a sense of detachment came up for that touchstone. So we can understand that that personality of Sanatana Goswami inspired that within the brahmana by his actions. It's a similar thing. And we can also see that in Srila Prabhupada also used that strategy. So this particular pastime, when I was thinking of it, it reminded me of a story I once heard. I'm going to tell the story about how Srila Prabhupada kidnapped Radhalandaneshvara, the deities, and it reminded me of the story I heard that this lady was riding. This lady had her bike stolen, and her bike was stolen, and she went to she had to buy a new bike. So when she went to buy a new bike, the man that was selling her the bike was selling her bike. So she said to the guy, would I be able to take my... she didn't say my, would I be able to take the bike for a ride? And the man goes, yeah, sure, you can take it for a ride around the block and bring it back. So, of course, she jumped on the bike and pedalled off very swiftly and never came back. So I was thinking about this in relation to Srila Prabhupada, that, Radha and Krishna actually belong to Srila Prabhupada. And anyway, so these people had brought Radha and Krishna from India, but Radharani had a little cracked finger, and they wanted to sort of, they invited Prabhupada over to, they said that they have some deities that Prabhupada may be interested in. Now, Mukunda Maharaja explains that when Prabhupada heard that, he immediately went there. He said, let's go immediately. And Mukunda Maharaj actually himself was thinking he had met these people and he didn't really feel that they were particularly, advanced in a sense that they he was feeling that they're a little bit materialistic, and he didn't know whether Prabhupada would really, but Prabhupada wanted to go immediately there. So they jumped in the van, they went straight away there, and when Prabhupada was there in the room, and they were saying, we have these deities, that they'd covered them with a sheet. We'd like to show you these deities. And Prabhupada just sort of looked around, and he was talking to the people. He didn't really show any interest in the deities. And he was saying, he was just talking in Hindi and asking about the family. And they were saying, well, Prabhupada, would you like to see these deities? He was just, and then he changed the topic and said, said something else funny, and everyone was laughing. And then, so then eventually they said, look, Prabhupada, we're going to show you these deities, and they took off the sheet. And so Prabhupada didn't even, they were apparently, they are stunningly beautiful. I actually saw them the other day, a picture of them, and they're very, very beautiful. And but Prabhupada didn't show any response at all. He just looked at them. And then he looked away, and then he just again started talking, continuing his conversation with these people, and they were a little shocked that Prabhupada had shown no response, and they were confused. And so was Mukunda Maharaj, and they were all also very confused. And Yamuna was there, and she was saying that they were so very beautiful. She couldn't take her eyes off them. And then at one point, Prabhupada said, Tamal Krishna, can you just feel how heavy is Krishna? And Shyamasundar, you just pick up Radharani, feel how heavy they are. And so, are they very heavy? So Tamal, they picked them up and said, no, Prabhupada, they're not very heavy. He said, okay, we can take them. So he just told them, take them, and they were like, what? Just take them. He goes, yeah, you take them, like that. And so off they went. And they just went out the room, and everyone in the room was like, but, by Prabhupada's mood, he'd kind of like create this kind of a little bit of, detachment from them even, because they weren't sure whether Prabhupada liked them, whether they were installable, whether they would install them themselves, because they didn't want to install something that was broken. So they were trying to gauge that from Prabhupada. And in the meantime, Prabhupada was just like, kidnapping them. Yeah. So he kidnapped them. And so that was so Prabhupada used the strategy of, being aloof. Yeah. Oh yes, of course. So then, then around the corner, he said, stop the van immediately. So they stopped the van, and then, Prabhupada turned around and started to chant the Brahma Samhita to the deities, and this was the beginning of, the deity worship program, and he could understand that Krishna was coming to him, and he was very, very, very happy that they came. Is there any more to that story? Yeah. So he just very reverentially, it's told by Guru Maharaj tells it, and Yamuna Devi tells it, Tamal Krishna Maharaj all tells it. Such a significant impact on them as well. So this is now. When I was first learning this point about Krishna's aloofness and how this is meant to sort of inspire a sense of detachment from this material world in us, I was studying the Bhakti Shastri at the time, and I went to from my Bhakti Shastri teacher. I wanted to confirm that this was the right understanding. And so this, when I went to explain it to him, this is what I'm understanding from this study. And his first response to me was, don't worry, Krishna loves you, And I was confused, like why was he saying this, because, I wasn't really feeling like Krishna was aloof from me. But when he said that, and I thought, well, yeah, Krishna is not aloof from his devotees, or not that I was feeling that, but, I was thinking about him in relation to his devotees in the spiritual world. And then I was thinking about that, and I was remembering, but when I was preparing this class, I was remembering this really nice point that Vishwanath Chakravarti, a devotee, told it. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur talks about from the Krishna, from the later canto, the 10th canto. So he explains that when Lord Brahma stole the cowherd boys from Vrindavan, and then after 1 year he returned them. And then when he returned them, he he was apologised. He realised he'd committed a mistake, and he came and said some prayers at Govardhan. He came and said some prayers to Krishna, and Krishna was very sober and didn't smile, and he didn't smile. But when Indra came and apologized to Krishna after sending the storm to Vrindavan, and he had just stopped the storm, and he realized he was not able to actually devastate Vrindavan. He himself came as well and paid his obeisances and begged forgiveness from Krishna too. And Krishna smiled. He was smiling. And so Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur was explaining, why did Krishna not smile at Lord Brahma, but he did smile at Indra, right? So the reason is, and he explains that, because when Lord Brahma took away his friends, he took them away for a whole year, and he didn't see them for one whole year. But when Indra sent the storm, and Krishna lifts up the Govardhan hill, he was with everyone for one whole week, and they had such a lovely time together. So Indra's nefarious deeds had brought him together with all his friends and his gopis and all the his parents and everybody all together underneath the hill, and there was a whole valley there, and it was so wonderful there that Krishna arranged that. So this is how Krishna becomes absorbed in the love of his devotees, and how he is not aloof. He's not aloof at all in responding to right through. So when he's marrying his queens, he's never aloof from them. He's like responding. He responds to Rukmini. He responds to all of them. He's so responsive, and he's personally involved. And then of course he's starting to prepare this whole situation to get Yudhisthira on the throne. That's 100 years of different ways. Now, when Duryodhana saw, as we've just read, we've just studied in previous verses of this chapter, when Duryodhana saw the army of Yudhisthira, he was so surprised, because Yudhisthira had just been in the forest. What do you call it? Had been exiled. So he was, where did Yudhisthira get this? Where did he get this? All this powerful armies. He was very surprised, and but it was all Krishna's arrangement. Krishna had also, killed Jarasandha, Salva. They were very powerful, and they probably would have sided with Dhritarashtra if so that would have been practically probably impossible. So Krishna made it possible. And of course it wouldn't have been impossible, but Krishna probably himself would have had to step in, right, with those. So Krishna made sure that those powerful personalities weren't there, so that he could play the role of the chariot driver. So here, nearing the end now, so Krishna and Arjuna are talking together, and Dhritarashtra himself is hearing this from Sanjay. So he is hearing that, he's also... Sanjay says, you are expecting victory, but Krishna is Yogeshvara. He is a very powerful yogi, very, very powerful. So like we've been hearing in the morning about Kadama Muni, who was such a powerful yogi, and he's also he also had this such strong sense of renunciation. But when he saw Devahuti, so devoted to him, he felt obliged to provide for her in this beautiful aeroplane. So he's such a powerful yogi, but Krishna is even more powerful than that. And Govardhana Dari, he's performing these pastimes and seeming like he's performing these pastimes going out to the forest with the cows, and he's performing these human pastimes, but he's actually Yogeshvara. Govardhana Dari picks up the Govardhan hill with his hand in a cool way. So Bhaktyamam abhijanati yavam yaschasmi tattvataha. So only by devotional service, is 18 in chapter 18. Only by devotional service can one enter the kingdom of God, and so Arjuna has some service to do. So the Pandavas, they may have this sense of renunciation, but they had some service to do. Yudhisthira Maharaj and And so the battle's about to happen. And the battle is just so incredible if you ever get the chance to read it in Krishna Dharma's Mahabharata book. That practically is a huge chunk of it, most of it is the battle, and it's so fantastic. So they're about to perform that service. And Krishna has prepared it for them. So he is not going to let Arjuna get away with this idea of going to the forest. And so he's going to start to explain why Krishna has to fight. Why Arjuna has to fight. And that's going to come up in these verses. Krishna is going to respond to these arguments that Arjuna is giving. And these arguments are all intelligent. Just they're all Vedic conclusions. So the arguments that Krishna is going to give are also in depth, and he's going to deliver them with this. He's going to explain the concept of renunciation and service. So how do you do that? How do you renounce? And Arjuna asks these questions, and Krishna explains very clearly. So this is going to come up. And so just a couple more points. I could just stop there. Should I stop there? I could stop there, actually. I was just going to talk a little bit about going back to just a response to someone, the concept of going back to Godhead. So perhaps I'll leave that for next time. I'll just about this idea of going back to Godhead. So it was just the last point. So in the Shikshastakam we read the Shikshastakam. The Shikshastakam is actually the Madhurya Kandambini in 8 verses from Shraddha to Prem. And so when we hear about Prabhupada wrote back to Godhead, this idea of going back to Godhead, but then at the same time, this Shikshastakam prayers is explaining that we should have a desire to serve Krishna birth after birth after birth. So sometimes this question actually came up recently, and I wanted to share it. This how do we feel? What's this understanding about going back to Godhead, and at the same time wanting to have this idea of serving Krishna, birth after birth. So I heard the answer to this. I can't remember who I heard it from, but because this is a procedure, this Shikshastakam prayers that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave us as a procedure from Shraddha to Prem, when we first come to Krishna consciousness, we are at the All Glory to the Sri Krishna Sankirtan movement. It's so wonderful, and we feel that. We see the glory of it. But then as we proceed further, we gradually, we're saying these prayers every day, by the way. So we're saying these prayers every day, but we're not on the level of those final verses. But we still repeat them. So the idea of going back to Godhead, or this meditation of going back to Godhead, is for us at the beginning stage, so that we can develop this sense of renunciation. So when we have this idea of going back to Godhead, just the idea of going back to Godhead is a meditation of Godhead. It brings our consciousness directly there, and then we develop the sense of renunciation from the material world, from the renunciation from this world. So until we reach that stage of love of Krishna, or Hare Krishna, and still we actually are given that by the Lord, that given prem, then we have this goal of going back to Godhead, which will inspire us to develop this sense of renunciation from the material world, because we will naturally want to learn about it. We will want to learn about the spiritual world. Yeah. So yes. So does anyone have any questions or comments? Yes, Ramani.
Wouldn't there be a fear of, if the goal ultimately became wanting to serve Krishna birth and death, after many births or whatever, wouldn't there be like a fear of falling down in one of those births or forgetting Krishna? So, yeah.
Yeah. The desire to want to serve Krishna birth after birth, it comes with prema. So it's not something that we necessarily can sincerely say when we are a kanista devotee, which means a beginning devotee, because usually when you're a beginning devotee, you fear you fear birth and death, and but when you reach this level of prem, my understanding is that you don't have the fear of birth and death, and also you wouldn't get prem if there was a chance that you would fall down, because prem is generally given to someone who, my understanding is that Krishna gives prem to someone who is 100% in love with him and has no interest in the material world, so they wouldn't fall down. So the desire to serve birth after birth is not one that comes with a new devotee or a practicing devotee. It comes simultaneously with love of Godhead. So that's why the desire to go back to Godhead at the end of this life is a suitable one for someone who is practicing Krishna consciousness and who may still be attracted to the material world, because it fixes the mind. So Krishna is going to talk about here how to fix the mind. That's what we need to do to fix our mind. So that going back to Godhead, Prabhupada gave us that desire to fix our mind on there. Yeah. So, yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Talk about Arjuna and how he can't escape his destiny. He has to go to battle. And going back to the analogy of like the horror movie and a beautiful Krishna movie, we can't actually turn off the horror movie. Like we can't. We are here now and we have to just live it, as well as we have to live both, right? That's how I'm understanding it, that we can't turn off either one. We have to simultaneously do both somehow, with the idea that when we die, we'll go to Krishna, and this will eventually turn off. And when we die, but until we die, the horror movie just keeps going, right?
Not exactly. My understanding is not that it has to carry on simultaneously. It's a matter of absorption. So Dhritarashtra was absorbed in the horror, and Arjuna was also, at this point, he was also absorbed in the horror of the battle at that time, because he was moved by all his relatives that were fighting against, who were ready to fight against him. So he was absorbed at that time, but Krishna explains to him, he's saying that manmana bhava mad bhakto, think of me, become my devotee, become absorbed in me. And he wants him to become absorbed in Krishna then, as he's fighting. So the absorption in Krishna, that is what our goal is. In the fastest way, or the quickest way we can become absorbed in Krishna, we shouldn't hesitate in any way, and we should become absorbed in Krishna as soon as we can. That's why we read, chant as much as we can, and become absorbed. But we have a duty to perform. So Arjuna had a duty to perform, but he was meant to perform that in absorption. And this is another point. Actually, I was just talking to Ikshvaka Prabhu about this point that I heard from a class by Gauranga Prabhu in he's in Mumbai, and he was saying that Vyasadeva had actually written a synopsis of Krishna's pastimes before he wrote the Bhagavatam, but because he hadn't written it in absorption, he hadn't written it, and Narada Muni says he actually had to rewrite the Bhagavatam in absorption and stressing bhakti, and he had to write it in samadhi. So when he rewrote the Srimad Bhagavatam, he was in absorption and samadhi, and that's why it is such an incredible literature, because that's how he wrote it. So we're supposed to perform our duty in that with that absorption. We're not supposed to be experiencing the horrors of the material world. And although we may, it may be happening, it's like a fan that's been turned off, and it just slows down until, when the idea is that we are performing our duty, it's joyfully performed, and it's a gradual process, but Krishna reciprocates with our own, and this is the difference between Arjuna and Dhritarashtra. Krishna reciprocates with the intensity that we apply ourselves to Krishna consciousness. So I definitely feel, my understanding is that as we perform Krishna consciousness, the horror movie becomes less and less and less and less. And if anyone else has a point to make about that? Yes, Ramani?
I was just going to say is... Haribo? Yeah. From my understanding, what you're saying is, like, if there was, like, conflict between people and you were much invested in the drama, but then the home memories or, like, the service at the temple, I guess what you're saying is the more you invest in the service, the more you forget about the drama, and it's still, even though it's still going on, your attention is, and your investment in the drama is not there, and it's more in Krishna, which is all joyful. So even that the horror of that conflict is still going on, you're aloof from it. You're not there.
Yeah, my understanding too, is that that's what Krishna is wanting us to experience. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Bhagavad-gita ki jai.
Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunya Vadi Paschathyadi Sutarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jai, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga Jai Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Gaura Hari, Jai Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari Jai, Gaura Hari. Gaura Hari Jai, Gaura Hari. Gaura Hari Jai, Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jai, Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jai, Gaura Hari. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Sri Sri Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunnabadi Paschathyane Sutarine. Iba Jaya Jaya Gaurachande Aratika Sopha Jana Vitatavane Jagamana Lopha Ibadokine Nitai Jan Mami Godata Nikate Advaita Srini Vasa Chatra Nada Iva Basi Ache Gaurachan Ratnu Singho Sane Aruti Kore no Brahma Adideva Gane Nara Hari Adi Gori Samaradhulaya Nara Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Gosadi Gaya Kiva Sankavaji Gantopaji Vajikaru Talo Madhura Mridanga Paji Paramarasala Sankavade Gantavade Madhur 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 Bade Shankavade Gantavade Madhur 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 Bade Shankavade Gantavade Madhur 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 Bade Shankavade Gantavade Madhur 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 Bade Madhur 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 Bade Madhur 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 Bade Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Ibabaho Kauti Chanda Jini Vadanayudana Gala de Sevanamala Kore Jalla Mala Kiba Shiva Sukha Narada Primigado Gado Hakati Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arutika Shobha Janavi Tatovani Jagamana Lopa Gaurangera Jyotik Shobha Jagajanna Manalobha Gaurangera Rutik Sobha Jagajanna Manalobha Gaurangera Rutik Sobha Jagajanna Manalobha Gaurangera Rutik Sobha Jagajanna Manalobha Jagajanna Manalobha Jagajanna Manalobha Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Satchinandana, Jai Satchinandana. Jai Satchinandana, Jai Satchinandana. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Gaura Hare, Gaura Hare. Jai Krishna Balaram, Jai Giri Govardhan. 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 Jaya Radha Gonan Hare Radha Gonan Hare Radhe. Jaya Radha Gonan Hare Radha Gonan Hare Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Sri Sri Gaur Nitai ki. Jai Sri Sri Krishna Balaram ji ki. Giriraj Govardhan Dhari ki. Sri Sri Radha Govardhan Dhari ki. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Lada Daine. Prahlada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipul Bhaksaha. Hiranyakashipul Bhaksaha. Sila Tankanakalaye. Sila Tankanakalaye. Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha. Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha. Jato jato jami tato Nrsimha. Jato jato jami tato Nrsimha. Pahi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha. Pahi Nrsimha Hridaye Nrsimha. Nrsimha Mading Shara Nang Prapade. Nrsimha Mading Shara Nang Prapade. Tava Kara Kamala Bade Nakam Advuta Sringa. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Avakara Kamala Bhare Nakamadhuta Sringa. Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam. Keshavadita Narari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Tava Kara Kamala Varena Kamadhuta Sringa. Dolita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringam. Keshavadita Narahari Rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Tava Kara Kamala Varena Kamadhuta Sringa. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. भक्ति विघ्न विनाशन श्री नृसिंहदेव भगवान की जय। भक्त प्रहलाद महाराज की जय। श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। श्री श्री राधा गोवर्धन हरि की जय। श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम जी की जय। गिरिराज गोवर्धन हरि की जय। श्री श्री गौर निताय की जय। समवेत भक्त वृंद की जय। गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। वाञ्छकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानं पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। Krishna Kesava, Krishna Kesava, Ram